What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. We are continuing. We got 2 weeks left in this season. 2 more victories to be had, and we are batting 1,000 so far. So we are going to keep it going and make sure that we close this season out with 30. I think it's 32 out of 32 first place finishes. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna up the difficulty and we're gonna get into season 2, because I'm trying to get my golfer to level 99, and that is proving to take a while. I get a lot of points, but you know, four round 18 hole tournament takes quite a while. So this has been been a long season, and so yeah, so we're going to be getting into that, getting into your questions, getting into some Q&A about therapy, about healing and growth, and we'll see where the night takes us. So as soon as I get my stream pulled up, I will get started. Okay, let's get started. We got the BMW Championship, North Course at Olympia Fields, in Olympia Fields, Illinois. Thank you to everybody who's followed so far. If you would be so kind, drop a follow. Trying to grow the stream, trying to provide some mental health support and gaming support, but just some mental health support on kind of like a low stakes. If people want to be anonymous, they can ask questions and keep their anonymity and you know, get some real feedback from a real licensed therapist, and that's kind of what this channel is all about. So hope you continue to enjoy it. All right, we'll just get warmed up. Poke this one out into the fairway, or not. First cut. Okay. First stroke, first miss fairway. Got that out of the way. Man, anyone else get peeved when golf courses start and or end with a par 5? I feel like starting and ending with a par 5 is like oh, that's rough. Starting and ending with a par 5 is kind of brutal. Mainly starting. I would prefer it be at the end than at the beginning. Starting off with a bird. I like it so far. And if you're in chat, let me know how you're doing. It's Thursday, going on Friday. It's technically my Friday because I don't see clients on Fridays. So today's technically my Friday. But how'd your Thursday go? How'd your week go? I'm interested. Beauty. Bird to bird. We're gonna destroy this tournament. Pull that left. Stay. Hold the fairway. Thank you. That's good. We are rolling. Man, this is going way better than expected. First session on. Five for five. We may just birdie every hole in this course. Okay, we got a downhill shot into the wind though. I don't know if I should club down or if I should just hit it. Had to pull that too far. Six for six. We are chugging along. Ah, I pulled that right. See if we can. This is a par 3. It is. Golly. It's only par 3. Oh. That is mad shanked. It's going to be tough to get out of. Broke our streak, chat. We broke our streak. Just that one blemish, man. It was almost a perfect front nine. There we go. Oh, get up there. Okay. Not ideal, but not unreasonable. Oh, it's way over the fairway. Damn near perfect on this course. Oh, get up there. Get up there. I'm glad I clubbed up. It's gotta be the 9. Oh, pulled it right. Another solid. playing like a man possessed. Oh. Oh, there's water back there? Oh, I don't know if I should go point of entry. Just try to hit that again. Who knew there's water over there? Presty, what's up, buddy? What's going on, brother? How's your week been? Yeah. Did it go on sale? Fuck yeah, dude. All right. I know you're going to enjoy it. I know you're going to enjoy it. And you know how we were talking about playing online? I think it is sort of like, I really do think, because I jumped on and tried to find a game like 2 hours ago, and I was able to find a game. Unfortunately, everybody's got their player to like 99 overall, so it wasn't much of a competition. But there were, I got matched right away, so hell yeah. For sure, dude. I'll be streaming all weekend, so maybe yeah, we can hop on a game. That'd be fun. It seems like everybody online is level 99. I played a level 99 with my measly level 81, and it obviously went about as you could probably imagine. But you can pick other players. I think like you can pick like Arnold Palmer. He's a 99. I just really wanted to play with my created golfer. Hell yeah. I pulled that right too. Yeah. Yeah, it's more fun that way. It's not gonna go in, is it? No. How's the players tournament been? Nice. Oh, no, 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 no. Stay out. Stay out. Oh, get there. Come on. Damn, still even. Man, it's such a hard sport. There's so much pressure. And so many variables, too. Mm. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, there's so many variables. So many variables. Like, like half a degree this way or that way. Like, you just, like, don't follow through all the way. Like, you lose power, like, too much power. Like, you know, I mean, I know they're professionals and stuff, but, like, it, you know, requires, like, so many different, like, micro movements and body mechanics that it's just like one little sort of like, you know, you throw your shoulders too early, or like your hips turn too fast, or like, golly, like it is it is such a fickle, it's a fickle sport. Oh, come on. Yep. Yeah, still kicks their butt. Oh. Oh, yank that. Day's been good. It was a full day. I had six clients today, um, which is pretty full for a single day. 6 hours of therapy is plenty of therapy for me. When I was younger, I could do more, but I draw the line at six these days. But it was good. It was a relatively good day. How's your day been, man? Busy day? Oh, it definitely it definitely drains me. It definitely drains me. That's why I cap it at six. But there's like just in doing so when you graduate graduate school, uh, you before you can even take the licensing test to become a licensed therapist, you need 3,000 hours of supervised therapy, like doing therapy with others, um, and so that 3,000 hours really sort of like you know really challenges new therapists to have really strong boundaries between sort of themselves and the other person. But it's hard, man. Empathy, I mean, we get into this job because we have empathy and want to help people, and when we see people struggling, it's definitely a challenge. So it's hard not to take it home, I guess, especially when my office is in my home. But just practice over time, sort of like you build up that muscle that can empathize and also not sort of like get sort of like bombarded or obliterated by hearing people's stuff. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. 2 years of graduate school and then 2 years of supervised therapy, and um, and then you got to pass the test, and the test is like that test is anywhere from like 3 to 5 hours long. Depends on sort of like how well you study, really. there. That's a beaut. I got a bogey? Yeah, it's not a bad gig. It's not a bad gig. Like I was saying last night, sort of like, 22 hours a week uh, can still be I mean, it's considered, you know, full. And yeah, it pays relatively well. Oh, be it, be the club. Mm. 22 contact hours, and then um, probably another three, yeah, about 25 hours a week. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Like, if and when I get back to the States, like my golfing budget is gonna go through the roof. Oh, that's really rough. So we moved to Costa Rica at um, so I got licensed like 4 years ago, and um, at the time we were living in Carmel, and we were living in a family owned house. So a house that was in my family, um, and then my parents decided to go ahead and get divorced after like 30 some odd years. Um, and so uh, we, my wife and I had sort of like anticipated that we were going to have to move anyway. And we were crunching some numbers, and we were thinking about sort of like, what experiences we, wanted to have. And my wife has always wanted to learn Spanish. And so we were talking about, potentially moving somewhere where she could do that, immersively. And, the topic came up of like, what if we, got, um, what if we got visas? And, and at the time there were, um, a lot of what's referred to as digital nomad visas, and there were a lot of countries that were kind of giving away digital nomad visas for not that much effort. And so we came down here and visited Costa Rica, and just really loved it. And yeah, and 6 months later, we sold everything we owned and moved here, and been here for like 3 years. So just kind of like a like a bucket list thing. Like I've never sort of like lived out of the country, and kind of yeah, just wanted to experience a different way of life, different culture. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's gonna be a little challenging coming back to the states. Um, you know, is we'll see. Our both of our parents are both sets of parents are getting up there in the upper 70s. My dad's pushing 80. The only problem is like my dad's in Carmel and her parents are on the East Coast, and so we're trying to figure out sort of like how we do the bi-coastal thing. Where we spend a lot of time with our parents and stuff. So that's not enough. Yeah, yeah. But like as it sits right now, sort of like housing is um, it's not definitely not as high as it is in Monterey County. Sort of like housing in Monterey County is just like absolutely insane. If we weren't staying in sort of like a house that my family owned, there'd be no way that we could afford living in Carmel. Um, but housing is pretty. I thought it'd be like super cheap, like way cheaper. It's kind of comparable, like the stuff that we're looking at, in California and on the East Coast and stuff like that is kind of comparable to what we're paying. But I think in general, sort of like life is a little cheaper. It's not sort of like monumentally cheaper. You'd have to go to like Nicaragua or Panama or something like that for it to be like monumentally cheaper. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at that. That was ugly. Nice. New toys. That's always fun. I know. So close. Oh, I always get those hard bends. Like I always do that. I always put them too high. Stay on the green. Oh, that was not hard enough. Ah. All right, sounds good, Presty. I'll be on a little earlier tomorrow night. So it was good talking to you too, man. I appreciate you checking in. Thanks for watching the stream, bud. Go on, get there. Oh, wrong club. Wrong club. Bummer. Mm. Mm. Ah, it's gonna go too far left. we are moving. Oh. Oh, shit. No. Mm. A bogey? My win streak. Oh, I hit that straight. Yeah. Yeah, I should have reset my swing. shot. Ooh, hello. 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 Dink. Flip that. That was gorgeous. he doing? Chat, I'm so pissed. I'm supposed to have all new stream elements. I'm supposed to have borders and frames and a new logo. I saw the new logo and it's really cool, but it's taking forever to finish. I'm actually quite perturbed. Bang! Now that's a chip in. ugly. Where am I going? Where am I going? Aren't I just going this way? Why do I go that way? Oh yeah. Let me just try to punch it out here. that was easy. One tournament left, folks. One tournament left for a perfect season. Tour Championship, okay. That's way behind. Oh. All right, let's finish this. We're gonna finish this and we're gonna do some short form stuff. It's been a long day, everybody. It's been a long day. But we're gonna do some short form stuff. Marker 219. Get there. Ooh. That was slick. That was slick. Oh, I did. Oh, I broke my own rule. I left it short. I left it short, chat. What a bummer. Oh, come back. Come back around. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is going on here? What is going on here? That was a bomb. 346. Oh, shut your mouth. Hmm. How'd they get to 10 under? I'm only on the 4th hole. What is going on? How'd I get to 10 under? Oh, that was not good. Okay, this is dog-legged, right? Where's the pin? There you are. No, it's not gonna go in. Ugh. I've hit all pars. How am I 10 under? How does that even work? Oh yeah? Like real personal in a good way or personal in a bad way? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that, man. That's good. That's good. That's all you can do, man. That's all you can do is just let them know that, like, you know, like you respect their space and respect their time, and that you're just there for whatever it is that they need, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, she's hurting too. She just, she's trying to deal with it the best way she knows how. Oh man, this is feeling bad. Good. Ah, shh. Oh yeah. I bet she's hurting. That was very kind of you. Good, good. That's accountability. Accountability is a good thing. That's what a lot of folks, like I'll tell you this, when it comes to relationships, there are there are three layers to a relationship. There is content, which is unfortunately typically the thickest layer. Content is sort of what I mean by content is the he said she said, right fighting. It happened on Monday. No, it was Tuesday. No, it was Monday. No, it was Tuesday. Like that's all content. And when I do couples work, I try to push that aside as much as I can because I don't care too much about the content. It really doesn't matter. Sort of like what the actual um, he said she said stuff was, and then under the content is feelings and filters, and these are the feelings that we feel, and the filters that we create through all of our life experiences. And underneath the feelings and filters layer is what people are really trying to say, and that is usually what I try to get couples to get to. That's the place I try to get couples to, is what they are really trying to say, and that's a really finite list. When I work with couples, what couples are missing or lacking is feeling heard, feeling seen, feeling loved, feeling supported, feeling protected, feeling safe. And so what when we take a concept like I don't feel heard, and we push it up through feelings and filters and all that content, it looks very different. And that's where communication breaks down, is when we take what we're really trying to say, and we push it up through feelings and filters and content. um, you know when in actuality, two people really just need to say, sort of, I don't feel heard, I don't feel seen, I don't feel loved. And that's usually what couples are really trying to communicate to each other. And unfortunately, we don't learn that. We don't learn to communicate that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's really sort of like, you know, that's what our partners want to hear, is us telling them, I hear you, I see you, I love you, you're safe. That's what our partners are looking for. Once we wade through all the BS, right? Yeah, yeah. It's not going to come out perfect. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, pulled that. Good. Yeah. Yeah. It takes two people to engage. You know, because both of you didn't learn how to be in a relationship effectively, right? It wasn't just you. It's not, you're not the only person in the world that wasn't taught how to be in a relationship. You know, I'm sure she saw some things from her parents that weren't healthy. We all have. We've all seen some things from our parents that was unhealthy, and then we just took that and went, I guess that's how people do relationships, and we take that into the real world, and then we learned very quickly that it doesn't work. Yeah, it's a work in progress. Mm. Yeah, she's, she just doesn't know. She's in a place where, yeah, you're right. She doesn't know. And it sounds like one of the reasons why, she doesn't know is, because she's doing some numbing out too, and she's not, really processing, what's happening. She might be doing some processing, when she's not going out, but sounds like she's going through it just like you're going through it, you know. And that's what I had, uh, suspected, is that she's having, a difficult experience too. 5 years, people don't just walk away from 5 years in a kid without, some stuff. Yeah, yeah. She's there are going to be parts of her that, are going to try to protect her from getting hurt again. And the place where she'll have to get to is that she can never be certain that she won't get hurt again. You know, like she can't be certain. You can be certain that you're not going to hurt her again, but from one perspective, we none of us can be certain that we're not going to get hurt. Um, and that's why relationships put us in really vulnerable places, is because of that uncertainty. Like, there's no telling. Hmm. Good. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be a long process. It's gonna be a long process. But it sounds like sounds like you're making progress, which is good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, think about that interaction that you had in January, where she thought you were all up in her business, and think about now, where you guys are hugging it out, and talking, and sharing, real genuine feelings with one another. I would say that that's progress. Yeah, I mean, obviously, sort of, we always have to temper our expectations, and temper our hopes and things, um, you know, and um, you know, uh, and it might just be that this is sort of like the stuff that helps you guys move on, in move on to different things, or it could be the direction that brings you back together. There's no telling, but it's still progress, right? It's just progress. Progress in healing can look like getting back together, um, or moving on, but it's still progress. Yeah, yeah. It's understandable to miss that connection, that secure attachment connection. Oh, man. Hey, my Kirk and homeless. Thank you for the follow, man. Hey, bro, what's going on, man? My Kirk. Yeah, we could talk about it a little bit. You got an addiction to the hub? Um, yeah, let's talk about it a little bit. So, here's my the way that I conceptualize. Um, there's a couple sort of couple things happening. Um, One is the actual sort of behavior that you want to change, and then and then there's the underlying reason for the behavior to exist in the first place. And so, if we figure out, if we address the behavior, chances are we figure out the underlying reason for the behavior, and if we can figure out the underlying reason for the behavior, chances are we can attend to the behavior in a different way. Um, you know, every everything that human beings do to, um, yeah, W's for Kurt. Um, W's for Kurt for coming here and asking a question. Um, so, um, we'll just keep it is we'll just keep it anonymous, man. But we can still talk about how to change a behavior. Part of this channel is to be entertaining, and that I'm really just sharing. Um, I'm really just sharing sort of like, uh, if people have questions about things, then I share my my 2 cents. Yeah. Yeah, Malik, I think you got a shot. I think you got a shot. I mean, a lot of it depends on her. Yeah. Yeah. So So yeah, so you're dealing with, so underlying reason that you're dealing with right now is loneliness. And so what you've learned, the behavior that you've learned to cope with the loneliness, rather than sit with the loneliness and experience the loneliness, is to engage in that behavior. And so, um, you know, every um, every behavior has a purpose, right? So, um, every behavior serves some function, and sometimes the behavior is maladaptive or unhealthy, or becomes unhealthy, right? Everything works until it doesn't, right? But every behavior has and serves a function, and so we know what the function is, right? It's to cope with loneliness, and understandable, because loneliness is uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable feeling, and human beings in general don't like feeling uncomfortable. We don't like pain. We don't like stress. We don't like fear. We don't like sadness. We try our best to avoid those feelings when, in fact, um, we would be better off if we leaned into those feelings rather than try to avoid those feelings. Um, but anyway, I digress. So let's talk about how to change a behavior. So when we talk about changing a behavior, um, oh, ad hit. 30 seconds. Here, let me take care of that for you. Um, do, 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 do. There you go. Now you get no ads. So, um, no ads for a month. So thanks for following. I appreciate you. Um, yeah, absolutely. Um, I want to make sure that that folks get something out of the channel. So I'm happy to do a free month for folks that have genuine questions and stuff. Um, so in order to change a behavior, what we need to do is we need to insert time between the urge to do the behavior and and engaging in the behavior itself. Um, and uh, when we insert time, what happens is that urge will subside. And so right now, my guess is that you get the urge, and boom, you're already there. You're doing it. You're in it. And what we want to do is find something that can take up space and time between when you think about doing it and actually doing it. Um, and so a lot of times what that looks like is, we start with distraction. So finding something that will distract you from engaging in the behavior, and doing that for 5 or so minutes. But when you get the urge to do that, if you really want to break that habit, what you need to do is find something to distract yourself uh, in between having the urge to do it and actually doing it. Um, and that's kind of the first step, is distraction, is to distract yourself. And that might be you know, taking a walk, getting some fresh air, you know, texting a friend, um, you know, um, you know, playing a game, um, you know, you know, if you want to get into sort of like the really therapeutic, you know, modes of breaking behavior, you can write about it. You know, you can sort of like get a piece of paper out and sort of write about the urge that you're having and why you're having the urge. Um, it sounds like, yeah, I appreciate you, Malik. Um, yeah, and so um, that's kind of the short answer is you want to find something that takes up time because the urge happens on what's called a bell curve, and a bell curve is something that sort of goes up and it peaks and then it recedes, so it kind of resembles a bell, right? So it's this curve of activation, and the idea is that every urge has has an ascent, right? Goes up. Every urge has a peak where it peaks, and then every urge goes back down, right? Urges don't last forever. We just perceive them to last forever because we intervene too early. And so the idea is to try to ride the urge out as long as possible until the urge goes away, and that is something that is really helpful when it comes to breaking habits that we want to break. So with smokers, you know, with people who want to quit smoking, um, they say if you can give yourself 7 minutes, you know, if you can give yourself 7 minutes, um, you know, uh, between the time that you have the urge to have a cigarette and actually having a cigarette, if you can do something else for 7 minutes, that urge to have a cigarette will go away. And I kind of apply the same thing to other behaviors too. You know, if you can do something else for 5 to 7 minutes instead of the behavior that you want to get rid of, the urge will go away. I hope that makes sense. And then, you know, after you've spent enough time curbing the behavior and you get some space and time in between the urge and the behavior, then the goal is to work on how to be less lonely, how to feel less lonely. Um, and that's the underlying. That's the you. So you've already figured out the underlying. Like you know, you're ahead of the curve on that because you figured out the underlying reason. You know, it's to self-soothe essentially is what we call it. You're self-soothing. So you feel some type of distress, and in this case loneliness, and your way of soothing yourself is to engage in that behavior. And so there are lots of other ways to self-soothe that you can incorporate. Yeah, video games helps. You know, especially if you're playing with friends. You know, making sure that you have a community that you can go to and talk to. You know, making sure that you have friends that you can reach out to. Um, you know, family that you can reach out to when you're struggling or when you're feeling lonely. Um, yeah, video games help 100%. Again, especially if you're playing with other people. You don't have any friends? You don't? Do you have online friends? No. Okay. Well, we can. That's something that might be a goal that you might want to try to set for yourself. Um, and um, you know, you're always yeah, you're always welcome here to distract yourself. You know, whenever I'm online, this could be a good distraction for you. You know, between sort of and you know, hopefully, feel less alone, because we're we're all just trying to we're all just guys trying to figure our stuff out. And it's nobody really teaches us how to figure our stuff out. We're kind of left up to our left to fly by the seat of our pants, so to speak, to figure this stuff out, kind of by ourselves. And one of the reasons why I created this channel was so that guys didn't have to sort of try to figure this stuff out all by themselves. Good question. Good question, Malik. Thank you, Kurt. Um, um, all you can do is offer support and then listen to what her boundaries are when it comes to the type of support that she wants, that she needs. Because if her boundary is I need space and time, then you got to respect that. So there's not much to do besides listen to, is to offer your support and just say, hey, I'm here for you if you ever want to talk. All you do is just offer, just offer the support. um, and then um, whatever happens from there is how you proceed, right? Because we can offer support, but sometimes people don't necessarily want um, support, or don't feel like they need support, and it's not up to us to determine what they want or need. um, it's really up to them. And so you're kind of on her timeline with the thing. You're following her lead, and you can only help her to whatever degree she wants your help. Yeah, and they're gonna get her side of the story, and they may never get your side of the story, but that's okay. Like, um, you know, you you know, like she's got her uh, reality in as to sort of like what happened and why the things happened, and you've got your perspective, right? Yeah, no problem, man. Hey, stop by anytime. Yeah, of course. I'm here all night. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, um, and Sunday. And so feel free to pop in anytime, man. You won't have any ads for the next month, so maybe next time we can talk a little bit about um, how to how to how to bolster, how to cultivate some friendships. yeah, that's outside of your control, and you're not going to be able to control that, even if you want to really, really badly, right? Um, that's something that um, might be happening, might not be happening, but ultimately, um, it's her, it's her decision to listen to that or not listen to it, to choose that or to not choose it, right? All you can do is just say, "Hey, I'm here for you if you need anything." That's all you can do. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and so yeah, so she's telling you, yeah, she's telling you what she needs. She just needs, um, yeah, and sometimes you just need a reminder, like, just I'm here for you, um, you know, and yeah, that's it. I'm here for you if you need some support. Yeah. Good, good. That's it. Sounds like you guys left it in a good place. Get there, get there, get there, get there, get there. Yeah, yeah. See, she's letting you know exactly what it is that she wants and needs. And if you just, follow her lead and just stay patient and um, you know, yeah, just stay patient, stay grounded, stay in the pocket, and just say, no matter what, I'm here for you. I want to be there to support you, and that's it. Then that's really all you can do. Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's okay to let her know that where you're at. You know, it's okay to let her know where you're at. I think that's okay. You're just speaking from the heart. You're just speaking from the heart. We just have to, you just got to be patient too, um, and make sure that you know, um, you do it, nice and easy and slowly and stuff. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sometimes that sort of like sometimes that sort of like that emotion can get the best of us, and we just start firing off text messages, and the goal is to sort of like, yeah, not overwhelm her, and just just I'm here for you. I support you. um, I care about you. Keep it simple and honest and from the heart. I mean, it really depends on sort of like where her head's at. It might have been a little too much. I don't know where her head was at, but yeah, the goal is to keep it. Since she asked, for uh, you know for to keep things simple and short, then you wanna honor that and keep things simple and short. So tomorrow, the doctor's appointment. Um, I think the best way to handle tomorrow is to, like, just make your son the priority. If let her take the lead when it comes to the conversation. Let her drive let her drive, and just be there to listen, and when she tells you something, just let her know, like, I hear you, um, I hear you, I hear you, um, and yeah, and just be patient with it. But um, I would probably say, letting her be in the driver's seat when it comes to, like, topics of conversation, because she might want to keep things, just sort of like, logistical and to the point. She might want to get deep, but it's probably a good idea to let her do the driving when it comes to conversation tomorrow. Yeah, I would just let her take the lead, because you guys got deep tonight. She might need some time to sort of like process and rebound, from tonight, before she wants to sort of like go there again. And so it's best just to sort of like, yeah, just follow her lead. If she wants to talk about that stuff, you can say sort of like, you can say that sort of like, I'm here to listen to whatever you have to say. You can say that if she wants to go there. But yeah, I think, um, just letting her, um, yeah, take the wheel, and um, because yeah, like I said, she might just want to, she might just want to keep it, um, to the doctor's appointment, keep it to your kiddo, um, because of, she needs to process what you guys talked about tonight. Um, and so, if you just let her take the lead, you can't go. It's hard to go wrong when you let them take the lead. It's hard to go wrong. Not impossible, but more difficult. Yeah, yeah. Today was a good step. Today was a good step. And so, like, we make progress, and then we let the progress sort of like settle in, right? And we give it time to sort of like settle and for people to process, and then we sort of like take a couple more steps forward, and then we let that settle, and and that's where patience comes in. Because yeah, you have one good conversation and you want to have more good conversations, right? You want to have all of the deep conversations, right? um, and some people need time to really process uh, um, and take their time with it. It's too high. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Take the W's. Take the W's. There were a lot of W's today. Yeah, stay grounded. Stay grounded. Oh, shit. For sure. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we all have our coping mechanisms. Yeah, it, it's it's painful to watch our loved ones struggle with stuff, and that's why staying grounded is so important because, like, when other people are struggling, people that we care about, what happens is it triggers us into wanting to fix it. And if you ask, you know, 9 women out of 10, sometimes 10 women out of 10, they're not looking for us to fix anything most of the time. They just want somebody who listens and who is present and grounded. Um, that's what women want most of the time. It's just someone who listens, who is present, and who is grounded. Um, and you know, um, you know, it, they a lot of times they very much do not want a solution to whatever it is that they are struggling with. They just want someone to listen to them. They want to feel heard and they want to feel seen. Hmm. Yeah, 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 and that that that's understandable, right? Um, you know, like a lot of a lot of us are going through breakups. Yeah, yeah, that's how a lot of folks handle uh, handle breakups. Oh, I hit the tree. Mm. Yeah, yeah. It's probably gonna be a while. Like if she does move on, it's probably gonna be a while. Like sounds like she's got a lot of stuff that she's processing. Yeah, I mean we don't mean to do it, right? Like you got to forgive yourself too. Like that's part of this process too, Malik. Is you got to forgive yourself because you didn't know any better, right? You showed up to the relationship with everything that you had learned up to this point, and what you learned wasn't always that healthy. Um, and you can't expect yourself to know things that you've never learned, right? Um, that'd be like me expecting, that'd be like you expecting your kid to know their multiplication tables, and they're still a a little guy. Um, like like we can't expect ourselves to know things that we just were never taught. You know. Yeah. Yeah. And that's, like that, kids pick up on that stuff, and it doesn't mean that you're going to become the type of guy who cheats. Is probably very much the opposite. It's probably, that you are very, uh, saw that and saw the pain it caused and became, ultra loyal and almost sort of like hyper vigilant or hyper aware that that stuff happens, which is what drives that the jealousy and the insecurity. Because what your dad taught you by cheating on your mom was that men are capable of cheating, and men, you know um, men are capable of not respecting that boundary. And so um, it would make sense that you would be worried about other men because you have the experience that, and there are men out there that don't give a shit about the code, and don't give a shit if a girl is taken or not taken. There are guys out there like that, uh, you know and we can't, there's nothing we can do about those guys, right? The only thing that we can do is you know do our best to create an environment where the women that we love feel loved and cared for and protected and safe, and and don't, you know and 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 it fosters their loyalty. Yeah. For real, for real. You ain't lying, man. They're crazy, and we don't know half of how to show up for one. You know, like we don't know the half of it. Like we are like flying blind most of the time. Hmm. Yeah, that's part of it. Part of it. Part of it is I'd say, uh, the soul ties from intimacy, and intimacy sort of like goes beyond just sex. But yeah, like it's intimacy and um, feeling securely attached. Secure attachment is something that human beings strive for, no matter how old we get. We are always looking for secure attachment, and when we find it, it is incredible, and we are we it's twofold, right? We really highly value it, and we also can sometimes be very afraid of losing it, because it's something that human beings look for their entire lives. We look for secure attachment because a lot of kids didn't get secure attachment when they were little. So we go out looking for it in our partners and in our relationships and in our communities and things. And when we find it, it's something that we don't want to let go of. And we're not taught how to nurture secure attachment and really hold on to it. Yeah, yeah. You found somebody you felt securely attached to. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Oh, yeah, yeah. You're not giving up. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yep. She's gonna be. Oh, why did I? That was fucking pathetic. You know, it seems to me like she's gonna be healing for a bit. Yeah. Yo. That's the great quote from Friday. But you live to fight another day. W reference. I fucking love that movie growing up. Right? Yep. No, I feel you, man. Yeah. Yeah, it takes, I imagine it takes a very sort of like specific, yeah, mental state to hurt somebody like that. Especially taking a life. Like I think that's the ultimate. No, that's more obsession. Yeah. Obsession and mental illness. Stay. No, don't roll off. Yeah, ask away, man. Good question. Um, Man, good question. How do you make a relationship last till death do us part? Um, Hard work, showing up, intention, emotional regulation, communication. Essentially all the skills that we were never taught. Um, doesn't mean you can't learn them now, but essentially all the skills that we were never taught are the skills to maintaining a relationship for life. And again, anything can be learned, and I think it's important to recognize that we can learn to do just about anything. And the key to lasting success is not only romantic love but companionship love, and maintaining romantic love when the relationship shifts to companionship love, and effectively communicating, um, checking in with each other regularly. There's weekly check-ins, daily check-ins, making sure that we know sort of like where our partner's at, so that we know what it is that they need. Um, there's a lot of different factors that go into making a relationship last for life, and willingness, the willingness to make to work at the relationship for life. It's a lifelong endeavor. It's it's an art that's never mastered fully, and people have to be willing to work on it day after day and week after week and month after month and year after year. as long as you just keep, as long as folks just keep learning and just keep trying to do a little better every time, whether that's every time they communicate, every time they, every time there's conflict, as long as we are learning and trying to do better every time, that gives us the highest probability for, healthy relationship outcomes. It's not a perfect equation. It's not a guarantee. It just gives us the highest probability of having that of having that outcome. Is if we just keep learning and just keep growing and challenging ourselves, and doing the difficult work, and doing the uncomfortable work, and mastering, that the art that is never mastered. Yeah, that's all you can do is just use what you learned, and try to do a little bit better every day. Try to do a little bit better every week. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you being part of the stream, man. I'm happy to help. And we got three new, like, founding members. Um, we've got you and Presty and New Era, and now we've got Kirk. And so, I hope you guys keep showing up and getting something out of the stream. So we've gone from, we're growing. We're growing. It's slow, but we're growing. I know it, man. Yeah, because there's always going to be something to work on, right? Like, with this relationship or the next one. Exactly. Exactly. And there'll be new things to ask, if you guys do get back together. They'll be sort of like, hey, how do how do I, how do we agree to disagree? And you know, um, how do we, resolve conflict? What do I do when she, gives me the silent treatment? Or how do I show up in this way, or how do I show up in that way? There's always something to learn, and there's always a different way to grow, no matter what. Yep, that's life. Too shallow. Oh. Yeah. Well, I think the reason why the bad times stick out more than the good times is that when we are in a place of hurt, our brain goes out and, whatever's in, right? Remember, like, whatever's up here, the brain will go and find in the environment. And so, if I'm hurting and I'm in a negative headspace, then my brain is only going to find the hurt and the negative stuff. If I'm in a positive headspace, my brain is going to go out and find that evidence. And so, that just that tells me that somebody is hurting. Is if they're having trouble remembering the good times, then it sounds like that they might be in a place of where they're hurting. And that's why it's difficult. And like when relationships end, or we take a break from relationships, a lot of us focus on what went wrong rather than what went right. I think that is a conditioned experience. I think we are taught to focus on the negative. I think we are taught to focus on what we did wrong. I think we are taught those things. Whether that's from school, or from just life experiences, and the way that we were brought up. Um, yeah, yeah. I think it's easy to focus on the negative, and forget the positive. But it's in those moments, in those times, it's very important to uh, to shift that mindset, and think about the things that I did well, so that I can do those more. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you, really have, much to say about, I think, I think offering offering it and saying, hey, looks like, you could use, some time out with your friends. I think that, yeah, I think that that was, I think that that was it was a selfless move, and um, it also shows her that you trust her, and that you're not worried about her, and you're not worried about what she might be doing or what, whatever. So it shows that, and it shows her that you are there to support her, and I think that, when we talk about how best to show up in a relationship, how can I support you? What is it that you need from me? Those are really important phrases to use a lot in relationships. How can I support you? Turn. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And that's all, that's all, all you need to do is say, I want to support you, and I feel like I have the resources to support you. And it um, sounds like going out with your friends is important to you, and I want to help facilitate that. I want to help support that. Hey man, sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes other things are more important, and the boys will understand, right? Boys always understand. And it's important that you go out too, right? Like I feel like, you did what you felt was the right thing to do tonight. And you know when it comes to hanging out with your boys, I think that, there's importance there too. for you to have some fun and some agency and some autonomy too. Oh man. Well, you can't make someone happy. That's the important. You know, you can help. You know, facilitate it, um, but you can't force it. You can't make anybody feel anything unless you do it. You know, willfully and maliciously, right? Um, but yeah, you know, like you know, our goals can be um, to you know to exist in um, you know happy, healthy, lively relationships. That can be definitely be a goal. But her happiness is her job. Um, you're just there to help you know facilitate it in the ways that you can. Just like your happiness is your job, like it's your choice and your you know, etc. Like obviously the goal is to you know not you know pile on and become you know a burden to our loved ones. Um, you know, and there are some times where uh, you know like but yeah her happiness is her job first and foremost. Yeah, yeah, and that's sort of like that's the discomfort that you know that's the uncomfortable uncertainty that it's important to sit with and just say sort of like you know I feel uncertain and there's no way to know for sure and you know I can hope about it you know and at the end of the day it is still you know outside of my control and um, you know Yeah, yeah, and that's just where she's at, right? Doesn't mean that'll be, where she's at forever. It just means that's where she's at right now. And that's the important thing to remember too, right? Is remember the idea that everything is temporary, you know. I can't believe that got out of there. Yeah, man, she definitely, like she cares about you. She's just, yeah, she's just hurting. That's all. Yeah, like she's just, that's just where she's at right now. She's just in, you know, she probably doesn't know sort of like, what the future holds, and she's dealing with her own uncertainty, and she's dealing with her own, hurt feelings and vulnerabilities and all kinds of stuff, and you know, you know, that's okay, because you are too. Sit down. People have to want it. People have to want our help, right? People have to want our help. Otherwise it doesn't work. There's two things. Change requires two things: readiness and willingness. And she might be willing to accept help, but maybe she's not ready to accept help, or she might be ready to accept help, but not willing right now. It's all it's all patience and time when it comes to supporting the people that we care about. Like they gotta want it. They gotta want it. Point blank. Period. You can't force support. All we can do is offer. All we can do is keep the door cracked. Right? Just keep the door cracked, by offering support. I'm here for you. If you need anything, I'm here for you. If you need anything, I'm here for you. All you can do is just keep that door cracked. It's up to them to open the door and invite you in. But all you can do is just keep the door cracked and say, you know, I'm here. I'm ready to listen. I'm ready to learn. You know, I want to be supportive in whatever way I can, and and then let the chips sort of fall where they're going to fall. Oh, don't roll back too far. Ooh. Good. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I'm glad I could. Yeah, I'm glad I could help. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just, you know, remembering that, you know, she's processing all of this too, and you know, um, and that's going to happen in on her timeline, right? You have your timeline, she has her timeline, and sometimes they sync up, but oftentimes they don't. You know, sometimes people's timeline is longer than ours. Um, you know, especially men, sort of like we're conditioned to, you know, to you know, produce results. And when, you know, you're taught to produce results, you know, we tend to feel a sense of urgency when things aren't resolved, and it's important to be patient in during those times, because when it comes to, you know, matters of the heart and relationships and things, there is no instant result. You know, it takes time and patience, and that's something that you know, we as men, you know, need to challenge ourselves to tolerate, is that, to tolerate that urgency and to tolerate the need for results right away. Most men do. Most men struggle with that. We're taught to be very solution focused. You know, you got a problem, here's what I do, here's the solution. But in, for, it's a different experience for our partners, or for women in general. They have a different experience. You know. But you're definitely not alone in that. I struggle with that too. Even as a therapist, I have to check myself, because, like, offering people solutions, like, well, have you, tried this, or have you thought about that? It's like, this isn't my journey. This is their journey. Like, it's up to them to figure stuff out in their, on their timeline, and in the way that they're supposed to figure things out. And it's a challenge, because I have to sort of, like, reel that part of myself in that goes sort of like, I think I know how to fix this. And that's not the goal. That's not the goal. The goal is the journey. Oh, I got hoed. Yeah, yeah, she's definitely a secure attachment figure for you. You got passion. You got passion, and that's important. Passion is important. Oh, don't go right. 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 Please don't go right. I hear you, man. Oh, get down the hill. Get down the hill. Go, 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 go. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Like, people who have experienced, a lot in their life are uh, become empathic. Yeah, become empathic, become, very tuned into, um, you know, love and, want love. And, especially when, we don't necessarily see it growing up. We don't see, if we don't see a loving relationship growing up, sometimes we can either go down the same path that we were taught, or we can go, I want to do the opposite of what I saw. And, sounds like you chose the opposite of what you saw, and wanted to be, you know um, you know the wanted, romance and empathy and falling in love and all of that stuff. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what a relationship is. It's essentially sort of like taking your heart out and sort of like handing it to somebody else and going like, please take care of this. Like, I hope you treat this well. And sometimes people do, and sometimes people don't. That's the risk we take for love. Hit it. Oh, come on. Give me that. Dude, I'm kind of pissed off. I ordered all these like new stream elements. Like, I got a brand new logo design and everything. I got brand new like frames and everything, and like it's been like 10 days and the guy still hasn't delivered. I have like all these fancy new things that I want to like show off. Right? Just will trauma his way. Yeah. It's just one of those things where it's sort of like I asked him, I was like, "Hey, I'm going live on Thursday. Like I'd really like to be able to use this new stuff." And they were like, "Yeah, we'll get it to you. We'll get it to you by Thursday, no doubt." And here we are. It's fucking Friday at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I got nada. Yeah, he's taking his sweet time, that's for sure. I will say the logo is sick, and we had to do a couple of revisions, but like it shouldn't be like 10 days. Like it's definitely way later than the timeline he projected. The new logo is dope. Like I must say, like the new logo is really cool. Oh. Right. We got to fly to Pakistan. Go run the fate on them. All right. Wow. Well, that is a perfect season. We just completed the perfect season. 32 events, 32 number one finishes. Chapter completed. Number one ranked, 4 major victories. Big W's. Big W's. Took us a while, but we nailed it. We definitely nailed it. And now we are going to AI pairing season length normal, full. Okay. Now we're going to, let's see, take this down to 10. And I want to, no, not quick play. How do I up the difficulty? Maybe not. Gameplay style, here we go. Pro, Tour, I'm gonna turn the putt read on. I think I need the putt read. Putting grid on, wind gust on. Yeah, just more of a challenge. Mulligans off. Shot shaping, spin control off. Yeah, so we're going tour, so for advanced players, and then after next season we'll go to the full hardcore difficulty. All right, let's see how many points I have. 14 points. What do I want to dive into? I feel like those are all good. Those are all good. Putting could use some more. I could use some more power. And then we're gonna upgrade the putting. 6 available. Just gonna upgrade that for 3. Wonder if anybody's online. This is where I get my ass kicked. Yeah, this is where I get my ass kicked. But if I pick 99 overall, pick a 99 overall. Everyone else is a 99 overall online. It's hard to find players this late though. I found one online matchup. Right? I don't think Tiger's on this game. Yeah, nobody's on right now. I know, right? Like I feel like people should be on here. Maybe different. Oh wait, I can't pick. Right? Yeah, I thought he'd be in everyone too. Nope. Doesn't look promising. Well, that's a no-go. tried. We got a couple new, like the two new people that came on stream last night, said that they were both going to get the game. So I'm hoping I could get some viewer games going, and we can chat on Discord and stuff. I think that would be fun, because then it's not just like me playing, you know, like career mode all the time. Right? I feel like I have to club this up because I'm in the rough. You gonna give me my putt preview? Oh boy, look at this fucking putt. Oh, that was too hard. Look at that. Oh my god. Oh my god, no. This is gonna be way harder. This is gonna be way harder. Bogey right off the bat. Yeah. Big difference. Oh, sit down. Sit down. Sit. Son of a bitch. Yeah, because I can't control the ball either. Like, in the Pro, like, I can control the spin. This, I have no control over the spin. Drop. Oh, come on. That was straighter than that. Oh. Turn. Ooh, this is gonna be a rough season. Uh-oh. Ooh, okay. That one scared me. Sit down, sit down. I gotta start hitting these shots closer to the hole. These putts are impossible. Yep. Damn it. I don't like this putt. Oh, I don't like that putt. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah, get some sleep, man. You're gonna need it. Yeah. You gotta take care of yourself. I'll be on tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, can't wait to hear how it goes. Just remember what we talked about. And yeah, get some sleep, my man. Good man. Good man. my god. Oh. Bullshit. is that going right? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, that's gonna do it for me. Been on for 5 hours. I think that's a good, reasonable amount of time to be on. Didn't get the maze raid tonight, but there's always tomorrow night. Hope you all had fun, got some information, learned a thing or two maybe. Thanks for tuning in, thanks for following, thanks for subbing. Appreciate everybody, and I will see everybody tomorrow, hopefully with some fancy new stream elements. We'll see.